Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Wednesday edition of the stream. Today we're going to be doing some more work on Insignia, and I'm feeling pretty good. I've been sleeping a bit better recently, so that's good. The weather's kind of cooled down a little bit, and I'm just going to bed a little bit earlier, so happy about that. Today on stream, like I said, we'll be doing some more Insignia dev. I want to welcome all of you here in chat to the stream, whether you're on YouTube or on Twitch, although it looks like YouTube's not. We do have YouTube running. I don't know what's happening with Restream. It's a bit confused about what's happening, but I know that we're on both Twitch and YouTube. So maybe it's just a little bit confused about what's going on there. Yeah. Okay. So welcome to both of you. And also a big welcome to Woodspline for the most recent follow and Ideas Guy for the most recent subscription on Twitch. Okay. Well, I don't have too much to talk about at the moment, other than to just get back into what we were doing yesterday. I've been doing a little bit of work in the meantime, so I will share with you what I'm doing, I guess. Okay, so let's jump straight into it. Basically, yesterday I added a wall kick to the game. So we have this thrust, and then we have this little kick off of the wall. The kick off the wall is I like it. I've been considering whether or not it should be separate from the wall run. I almost feel like it's like too many things at once. Mostly just thinking about, so this puzzle, like jumping away from the wall, is one where it looks like at the moment, I mean, where I mean, I can't even really do it consistently, but the idea is when you jump away from the wall, you should be able to face the opposite direction if you want. And right now, the wall kick keeps you facing the wall. So I don't know, like it's a cool thing to have added to the game, but my options are either I make it so that you can pivot when you use the thrust ability. So like this just goes in whatever direction you face, or we do something else. I don't know. I think it's cool. I don't dislike it. I even like this, like being able to do like successive backflips is kind of cool. It's almost like it almost looks like with the attack, it almost looks like Guile's flash kick. Although he kicks forward. Yeah, it just feels like a lot at the moment. And I feel like what I had before was like fine, you know? So I don't know. I just don't want to overburden the game with too many things. Just thinking about like if my wife were to play this, would she be able to figure any of this stuff out? So I don't know. It's also just kind of a little bit, I don't know how to put it. I mean, it's like the wall run. So this is the principle, right? The idea is one, each ability should have some utility, right? With inside of combat. So this, having the kick at the end, gives it a move, right? It makes it something that you can do, which I like, right? And if you have a button that you can press only on the wall, that's weird. Like you should be able to press the button when you're not on the wall. So in that context, this works, right? It's not a particularly big boost that you get, but you get a bit of a hop out of it. And why not throw a hitbox on there? Because otherwise it's useless, right? It's just like a button that does nothing. So in that sense, I like it. I don't have a problem with it in that instance. But I don't know. Oh, sorry, pals. Hey, one sec. I'm just gonna fix this this one thing that I haven't got set up properly in the overlay for what's playing. Sorry, top left of the screen. That's what's playing. Yeah, so I'm in two minds about it. I mean, when I walk down the logic of all the things I just said, it makes perfect sense that the button should do something, right? It should do something, and now it does something. Whether or not it, I don't know, whether or not it does it in a way that is... Like, I want the chaining of abilities to be something that's doable to players. Can you downstab after the flip? Yeah, you can do all kinds of crazy stuff after the flip. You still actually have all possible, like all of your aerial attacks are still there. So you can do this, 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 this. Does it use a modifier? Not to do the flip. To initiate the wall run, yes, but the flip is automatic. It just happens when you hit the edge of the wall or you press jump. When you're upside down, does the sword slash whatever you're jumping over? What do you mean? You mean when I do this, does it slash what we're jumping over? No, it slashes up. It's like a backflip. It doesn't slash down. So it's something you can do, but it's not really, it doesn't have like a ton of utility on the ground. It's kind of more like something you can do almost out of the air. I don't know if I should even let it do that. But it becomes a bit like Mario 64. You know how Mario has that pivot jump? You can like jump at something and then do a backflip. Sorry, I've got some... There are people here to clean the house that Cryptiday has booked, and they're making a bit of noise, but not to worry. Okay, so wall jump. I don't have a wall awareness for this, but wall jump, wall climb. Ooh. If state is wall jump, let's think about this. If we are wall jumping and state is complete, then we can get out of it. Let's put an OR here. Time is greater than 0.2f and if time is greater than 0.2 and wall awareness dot walled state dot time, then it's almost like you can think of it like you can exit out of the wall state in that instance. So That's what I'm thinking of. Being able to flip back onto the wall. Hey, Sharky. Hey, Adam Smith. Yo, Adam Smith, just so that I'm not losing my mind. Are you Danger? What's up, Danger? My brain has trouble tracking two different names of different users. Gotcha. So you can almost like do this. Like if you jump up, do an up slash and then a backflip, you can actually get higher. Well, this is the struggle that Insignia has always come up against, which is that like it wants so badly to be a really technical platformer with combat, but the world and the art style kind of make it feel more like it should be cozier. I don't think that they're that incompatible, to be honest. I think like there's an audience there that loves both, and as long as I don't make it require both to get through the story, I think it's fine. Otherwise, it just requires like a ton of me being very, very clever about how I implement things so that everything that looks complicated is actually not that hard. Like I want you to be able to do cool things, you know, in the game, obviously. And especially like combining two abilities, you know, there should be enough playtime in the game that like you can work towards these things. Yeah, I don't know why I can't pivot in the air, but I'm not sure. I can't seem to pivot here, which makes it seem like this check doesn't update. Which means, oh, what? I think this is like disabled. I don't think update buttons gets called. Wait, what? Yeah, I think this controller. Yeah, this maybe gets. It's more like there will be side content that requires you to be more skilled, and that content isn't requisite to get through the story. What are we doing today? Today we're continuing to work on the wall run into backflip move. So this is all fine, but when I jump here and I attack this, look, it is set up. Hang on a second. No, it is selecting for it. What the heck? That's so confusing. This input.xval. Sorry, I'm not familiar with Pinky and the Brain. I know of it, but I never really watched it. I don't know why dash ability doesn't have. I can't face input. It's almost like for that one instance, the input is completely ignored. Wait, what's calling this? Attack combo, dash ability. Like, look at this. None. 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 No matter what happens, it says that we basically don't have any input direction when we enter this thing. But I don't know why we wouldn't be able to do that. Special ability manager. Let's have a look. I mean, I don't think there's actually anything in this that turns off the input. Usability, engine, arm, and face input. It's actually the first thing that we do. Very strange. I shouldn't even have to write this code. This here shouldn't even need to be here. So why is this turned off? The input check is nothing wrong here. Nothing wrong here. Does input have like a... does this turn off ever? Very strange. Input equals input config.x input none returns 0. This is returning 0 sometimes? What? Wait, xdir must also be returning 0 sometimes. State machine core. Do we ever set xdir? It's part of input control, which is part of input buttons. Update buttons. So sometimes this just does nothing. Aha, it does nothing when controller.enabled is false. And controller is an input control, which is an input intent, which is a mono behavior. But then it's not like that's getting turned off, is it? I don't understand. So if we check his input behavior, it is getting disabled briefly. Look at that. You see that little flicker? Why? Hey pals, I'm just getting a phone call. One sec. I'll be right back. Okay. So input intent is getting set to false sometimes. Like enabled is getting set to false. Ah, here it is. Yeah, I know what this is. I know what this is. This is basically saying, oh, I see. If I hold the target menu button, input control gets disabled. Because you can't run around. So that X input is specifically for Armin's left and right movement. But I don't feel like... All right. I guess the alternative is I could check like layer input, but I don't know if that makes sense. So basically it's, this uses xdir here, right? From input. And what it otherwise could be is if, I mean, this will be biased, input config dot get button .config .get button. What is it? Get input. Like we can bias it. So that you basically tend to face right. You shouldn't be able to press both anyway, unless you're on PC. And I don't want I guess we could say and not left. This is called SOCD cleaning. Basically, simultaneous input control. This is a thing that the fighting game community. Sorry, I'm just gonna check something. Be right back. Yeah. So yeah, this is something that the fighting game industry has had to deal with quite. It's become quite an issue because traditionally, so what we're talking about here is simultaneously inputting right and left. Traditionally, in fighting games, like at arcades, the input for a fighting game is with a stick. So if you have a stick, you can't input right and left at the same time because the stick can only go in one direction at a time. If you play on PC, where you have analog, where you have directional input buttons like left and right keys, now you could press right and left at the same time, which means you can go from one to the other instantly by releasing one. And the rules around what should happen if you press both are somewhat confusing. So the standard that the fighting game industry has set, or at least in Capcom games, is that pressing right and left at the same time should do nothing, as a way of kind of forcing players or disallowing players from being able to abuse having keys instead of sticks. And this has become more of an issue recently because modern fighting game input controllers have been trending towards these like third-party formats that are all button controllers. So they're called leverless controllers, where instead of having the stick, there's just 4 more buttons, you know, arranged in a way that lets you press up, down, left, right with your fingers. So that would be something like this. So it's an arcade stick, but instead of a stick, it's just up, down, left, right here, where down is this button, or sometimes up is that button. Yeah, that's jump. So jump, down, left, right, and then these 8 are just the normal 8 buttons that you'd get on a fight stick. So this started with the hitbox, yeah, and it's become a really popular format. They just call them leverless controllers now. So that's what this is. This is SOCD cleaning. So simultaneous, oppositional, something, direction, cleaning. What does SOCD stand for? Simultaneous opposing cardinal directions. There you go. Yeah, the hitbox was the original brand. It's like a Smash Brothers thing. That was something that they started doing it in the Smash community. I can't remember who it was. Started making their own controller, and then it became popular. And then yeah, it's something that lots of different fighting game communities have had to deal with in the time since. So now let's just check this again. Hopefully I can. Yeah, now we can pivot out of an attack into a different direction. Oh, but maybe that's no good. Wait, why can I? Oh, I should not be able to do that. That is really something, huh? Why can I do that? So the button well, that's getting removed immediately. Oh gosh. So this use ability should immediately lock this ability. I have no idea how this has happened. So you shouldn't be able to use it more than once. Okay, good. I don't know why that check wasn't there. That's so weird. But it definitely is now. Cool. Nice. That fixes the issue that I was talking about before, where that's very choppy. What's going on here? Inspector was open. So the thing that I was talking about before This is like one of those things where it's very, game dev can be very picky for action games. So the issue is when we're backflipping, right? We are facing the direction that we started in. In this case, we're facing left. Okay, so we're facing right, facing right, facing right. If I wanted to do this and then leap left, well, this just goes in the direction you're facing. So if it's dependent on the direction you're already facing, now this backflip needs to be configured in a way that it can be one way or another depending on which way you're trying to go. Or we can do what I just did, which is check the input direction that you're trying to do the second you input the move, and then just go in that direction. It goes from being something where before I had to jump up, wait for it to end, and then flip in the air. So like if I just let it go, you'll be facing towards the wall. If I hold left, you face away from the wall as soon as you finish. So in order to instantly dive to the left, I would have to go up, hold left, and then quickly initiate the second that it finished. That is a really tight window. And it's probably not what I want players to be doing. But if I make it so that the thrust happens as soon as you press the button and it just happens to go in the direction you want to go in, now the window is like way, way bigger, right? It's no longer as picky. Right, you could just do it early if you want and you still land there. To me, I hope that that's acceptable. I hope that's enough. Because some might say, well, that's still confusing. It's still difficult. Like all you're doing is pressing shift attack. So, and then holding left while you do that. So it's shift jump, shift attack while holding left. It shouldn't be that complicated, but maybe someone might find it difficult. I guess we'll have to put this into the feature test and see what you guys think. And this is the exact reason why the feature test exists. So. Wait a second. Yeah, that's the only thing. Much better. Okay, now I can commit that. Yes, well, it's not really new mechanics so much as it is fleshing out existing mechanics. the wall ride has been there. This has been here for weeks and months. Since, what, June last year? But it didn't have any animation behind it. And it wasn't player facing in terms of how complete it was. And I feel like I've explained it on stream a fair bit already, but let's go show you what I'm talking about. The demo, if I was just using chapter 1 without bringing any of the new content forward towards the beginning of the game, the demo wouldn't have the major mechanics of the game in it. So it needs to do that. And if it's going to do that, it needs to do that in a way that fits nicely in with the story of chapter 1, or chapter 1's story has to change a little bit to accommodate those things. So the point, what I'm doing now is seeing if I can incorporate some of these abilities into chapter 1, or at least an ability. And the two candidates are the rise ability, the double jump with the snakes, or I appropriate the hedgehogs to allow this wall ride. And that's what I'm exploring this week. So you won't, maybe not in the story of the demo, will you have to do, you know, this thing where you're like using two abilities in a row and blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm still working on the game more broadly. And I think, you know, it's worth validating these things if I'm going to be implementing them at all. So yeah. Is that not clear? Because the story in chapter 1 doesn't have any ensign stuff in it at all. So if someone plays the demo and I don't have any of the new content in it, then they won't know what the game's, they won't really have a good understanding of what the game's about. Well, I haven't done any like I haven't done any vlogs about this specific thing. Maybe my next video should be about this, but it's kind of complicated. If you want the closest thing that I have video-wise to this particular conversation, would be this video, why you can't wishlist my game.
Maybe that's true. Maybe I should just put it.
So it's basically like, you know, not to go too deep into it, but for those of you who aren't interested in watching the video but I want to understand what I'm saying, I want the game's identity to be obvious when you see it on Steam. Basically, when you market the game, what the game is about and what makes it good and original should be something that is evident when you see the marketing material. The marketing material in my game for a long time didn't, I mean, this is 9 months ago now. I didn't have any visual content in my game that would contribute to explaining it that way. The same way that if you look at Hades or any other game, you can see what makes them different and special just by looking at them, right? So the idea of like going through the underworld and collecting treasure while defying the gods, like that's all very, you know, whatever. So with Insignia, last year, a lot of that effort went into, okay, how do I create a VFX look and feel that can express these concepts that I have for these abilities. And for me, the validation of these abilities and the kind of like, what's the word? Having the game speak for itself when you look at it is really important to me, because that's what the game is, right? So when you attack an enemy and you get an ability and you use that ability to, you know, climb up a wall or whatever, like that's what Insignia is, you know, from a gameplay perspective. Now the story doesn't have to change. I'm happy with what the story is, and the storytelling qualities of the game are they're good. They're set in stone pretty much. But this mechanical stuff does need to be a point of differentiation. I was speaking to somebody recently who got rejected from the grant that I'm actually going for. They got rejected last year, and one of the reasons they got rejected was something like, this is just another Metroidvania. So for me, having the game stand out, not just from an art perspective, which I'm trying to do, but also from a mechanical perspective, having it have a twist that's interesting, to me, that's part and parcel of getting that funding. It's really important. Okay. Yo, I'm going to take a break. I'll be back in a little bit. Yo, am I missing YouTube chat? I feel like, yo, Swizz, I just saw a message that you posted on YouTube, but what was the last message that you're responding to? Because the last message that I can see is Rip Turtle. How much conversation is going on separate to that? That is somewhat troubling. Okay. Yeah, I see check 1 2 3. Cuz I see Swizz and then I see Swizz. I see them both talking to each other. Oh. Okay, so it is the same. What am I missing? Maybe nothing. Okay, well, as long as I'm not missing anything, it's fine. Okay. Sure. All right, well, as long as I'm not missing anything, that's fine. So, yeah, I hope that explains why I'm doing what I'm doing right now. This is like one of those areas where, especially looking at the content in chapter 1, I don't know if you remember, you know, we were sort of reviewing what works and what doesn't inside of chapter 1. And the stuff that doesn't work, this to-do list, this is really big only if we try to shoehorn everything that's in the old demo into the new kind of set of systems and stuff. Or at least some of this stuff. Like a lot of the stuff that's sort of broken. It's kind of like, well, if I fix it, sure, it'll be fixed, but it'll be still out of date. So I might as well, like for example, this whole area, might as well not even have it. And it needs to be a shorter demo anyway. So it's kind of like I'm taking the opportunity now to review the first chapter and make a more concise demo version of it, which also has the new mechanics in it, so that whether this is for the publishing demo or for Kickstarter or for funding, that people can in about 15 minutes play something that feels like what the game is supposed to be when it releases. That's the idea. And also for that thing to be cohesive and what's the word? Not for the vertical slice to be a satisfying one. Yeah, because the vertical slice we were working on last year, end of last year, this little chunk here, this is like midway through chapter 2, and it's fine as like a the things that are in it are fine, and I probably am going to repurpose a lot of this, or at least reproduce a lot of it. Not reproduce, what's the word? Use the same systems in chapter 1 to back propagate it, but it doesn't really stand on its own very well. At least I don't think it does, because it sort of picks up in the middle of a story. You're sort of expected to have known where the characters are coming from, and it's not really... It's just not a very clean showing of what the game is. So I thought, since I don't want chapter 1 to be without these systems anyway, let's just have a, you know, take this time to tell the story at the beginning, but very quickly get into the cool mechanics. Yeah. So that's the idea. Now, there are a few things that I wanted to check. Let's just go here and see if we can turn off anything that is log based. That's all fine. Yep. Okay, it's gone. I noticed, do you remember, well, I don't know if you remember this, but a few days ago I was working on this, and there was like a log, like a piece of timber in the game that you could attack, and it bursts into like pieces. And for whatever reason, that was omitted from the Git repo. I guess because it has the word log in it. I don't know. But basically, those are gone. The sprites are gone forever. They're not in any... I have to like go back to Bitbucket and import the entire repo at an older state, like from like maybe 3 months ago or so, to find those sprites. And at that point, I might as well just redraw them. I don't know. It's really just a drawing of a log, and then a drawing of a bunch of log pieces. Yeah, I have a feeling it's part of my git ignore, because the word log sound like, if for that to be the thing that goes away, you know, maybe it's part of the git ignore. Yeah, it seems like a likely suspect, so we'll have to have a look at it. But I just wanted to check here just to make sure I wasn't missing something. That's looking really cool now. Wow. This is just a test area. Now, what is this crash? Oh yeah, it's literally this. Yeah. This is the problem. The forest door has a log in it. The sign. So someone was saying, I think it was Turtle was saying, oh, this guy breaks the game. He doesn't break the game. What's happening is the log breaks the game. And he happens to be standing where the log is. But it's invisible because the sprites are gone. NPC trying to get admin access. So that should fix that. Let's maybe make a new test. Or a series of rooms. Like I might even just bring in like 2 or 3 of these. Or even just like redo some of them. Oh, ow. Okay, that snake is definitely not going to be there anymore. You suck, buddy. This is wall climb B. Make this a little simpler. I mean, I know what I was trying to do. I don't know what to do about it. Now that I'm here. I'll just get rid of the snake. also really dislike this zone camera. This one. It's no good, man. All three of them. They're just way too aggressive. Like that, it's just like, bleh. That's not good. Okay, I'm just gonna try something here. Oh, I don't have the other one? Well, that's crazy. So, okay. In this area, I guess I should decide what the field actually does. Yeah, this field removes that ability. So I should show the ability that gets removed. Why can't I change this? Please. Oh. Oh. Do I put the snake here first? No, that doesn't work, does it? Hmm. Okay. Ah. That's no good. Man, I really, really, really think these zone cameras are crappy. Not what I want right now. That's... Oh, geez. Was that a wall snap issue? I don't know what that was. Hmm. Cool. You know what? I'll just make it money. Did I really not make the silver ones prefabs? What's wrong with me? Oh, they might be called coin. That's why. Hey, El Nino. Welcome. Hey, Carpenter Show. What? What's your problem? Are you saying I shouldn't make a platformer? No, so when you rotate that in ASprite, if you want to rotate something, there are different algorithms. You can see here, fast rotation and rote sprite. Rote sprite is designed for better rotations. It's just part of ASprite, or at least it's it comes with it. No worries. Yeah, I can definitely do this and I shouldn't be able to do that. But I don't know I don't know how. I guess I could put another one of these. Hey, Digital. How's it going? So I could basically just disallow you from having it anymore. you could still do it though. Hmm. Oh, really? Thank you, Thor. Oh, well, you ain't seen nothing yet. Guess I could just take this and go boop, 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 boop. I know. When does he end? Can someone tell me when? Like what? How many hours ago was his stream last running? Oh, then I need to be able to get up there. Whoops. Well, let's make it more fun. I think I need to stop. There's this thing that I do where I look for the extra challenge. It's a rerun. Hey, Inina Senpai, welcome. So 12 p.m. PST today. How many hours ago was that? Because I'm not in the US, so I don't know what PST means for my time zone. You know what? I could just do... no, I can't. 7 or 8 hours ago. Oh, Jesus. 7 hours ago for me is not a great time to be awake. 7 hours ago. It's 2 p.m. now. So that's like 5 hours before 12. It's like 7 a.m. I would need to start. Oof. I mean, it's not impossible. It's not out of the question. I could make it happen. It's probably going to be worth it. $10K viewer raids. Yeah. Yeah, I mean... How can you say no to that? And that's how you do that. Okay, well, that's kind of fun. Well, if I do a late stream and raid him, I feel like that's backwards, right? We want the raid. He wouldn't. I don't even know if he'd notice it if I rated him. Hey, Problematic. Thank you so much for the resub. Jason. Jason the pirate. Why do I commonly not rate others? I actually do commonly rate others. I would raid others every single stream for about 5 years. I've done maybe like 1,500 raids. More? No. Yeah. Something like that. The only reason that I don't do raids recently is because it's kind of a little awkward. Because I stream on YouTube and Twitch now. It's kind of like I need to like set up the raid and then say goodbye to everybody, and then the people on YouTube don't get to come along for the journey. It's just a bit awkward. But yeah, no, I do raids when I can. I'll try to incorporate it back into the stream. Recently I haven't been doing it, the last week basically. But I have. It's not a habit of mine. You know what I mean? It's not like I don't raid people. It's just not something I've done very recently, that's all. Okay. What didn't I like about this? I didn't like how far off this was, and now the question is, does it need to be far off? Can I bring it closer? Probably. Just go do. Okay, well, that seems better. We just do literally this and then -1 and then make this one 1 and then get rid of these, except for that one. Much better. If we wanted, we probably could just do away with these backgrounds, you know. I think that this being traversable is a no-go. Look at YouTube. Check YouTube. Okay, I'm looking at YouTube. Grant, thank you so much for the super chat. Welcome, welcome. 20 USD, that's awesome. Thank you so much, Grant. Started my pixel art Unity project 2 years ago with your videos. Thanks so much. Thank you so much, buddy. Yeah, just for Lazy Guru and Swizz's benefit, I can see both chats in one feed. So it doesn't matter where you mention it. I just needed to look over at chat. I just hadn't looked over in a second. But it's not on a separate I don't have to click anything to go check it. It's here. I just wasn't looking yet. Thank you so much, Grant. I really appreciate it. No, the iPad was a bust. I just have my alerts. I just made room on my monitor. I can see all of the things, okay? If someone does a redemption, I can see it today. If someone subscribes on Patreon, I can see it. If someone does a super chat, I can see it. As long as chat doesn't get clogged up by people yelling at me, telling me to look at chat. Then I won't be able to see it. But I appreciate it. I know you're trying to help. I'm not being I'm not upset or anything. Hey, person Mike, welcome. At the moment, I am working on some prototypes for the way my abilities, for my abilities in the game. And these abilities work in the following way. So let me just do like a quick rundown, very, very briefly. In the game, there are lots of explorable areas, and in those areas, sometimes there are like dungeons. Okay, in those dungeons, there are special rooms where you can basically unlock a power, similar to a Metroid or a Castlevania. So when you unlock those powers, you then have the ability to steal them from enemies when you find them in the game. Once you steal a power from an enemy, if the enemy dies in the process, so if you kill them or if you parry their attack to steal it, now you get to basically keep it for the duration of the level. And the way you do that is you hold shift and then you press the button on the controller associated with the power that you got. So I only have one at the moment, and it's the green one. So there's green, red, blue, yellow. What I'm testing here is basically fields that take the abilities away from you. So in this case, we just swapped out. There are two green powers in this room. We just took this one, which is this one. And these fields strip that power from you when you enter them. So even though I can get across here, I can't get higher. So I have to go back. This is just like what I'm testing, and grab this one. Now I have the wall climb ability, and I can come over here and pass through freely and keep my ability and go up the walls. I don't know if I'll keep the stripping of the ability thing. It's mostly just to stop you from using one ability for everything. That's really all it is. But I think if I design the game well enough, maybe they should be separate enough so that you can't use one ability for everything. It's just a bit, it's just, I might have to just make that concession. So you can capture more than one at a time. So here we have a green, which is the wall run, and then we have a red, that's a air thrust. So here we can do something like this, where we go up and then we go forward. No, certain usages, a number of charges I don't like. It's not going to be that kind of game. I don't like cooldowns and I don't like resources. For this game, I just don't think it works. It's not like I'm not making, you know, Diablo or, you know, something like that. I also don't want it to go away if you do it wrong. Like if I only get 3 uses and then I use the ability 3 times and I still don't make it up to the area, it's like, what? Now you have to go back and get it again? Like that's just not, you know, not worth it. The other 2 abilities are red and blue. I mean, yellow and blue. So red, green, blue, yellow. It's just the way that I've got it. But the abilities aren't the colors. The colors are kinds of abilities. So all abilities that send you upwards are green. All abilities that send you forwards are red. So there are abilities that don't have anything to do with that, like that air charge where you go horizontal. That gets replaced or shares the same slot as this slide, the ground slide, which has a jump at the end of it. They have different uses. So in this case, like the charge wouldn't get you under here, but the slide does. Are they combat focused? All of the abilities are combat focused. They all have hitboxes. They all have utility in battle. So let me show you. Hang on. Please work. Stream Deck. There we go. So I can... Oh, geez. Hang on. I can use the slide and then use the air hop out of the slide to send him into the air. We can also parry this attack. Now we can jump and bring him up with us, and then slam him down. That jump ability is used for platforming, but it's also used for combat. So you can do all kinds of cool stuff. Are there combat? Yeah. Do you use scriptable objects for scene persistence? For scene persistence? I use scriptable objects. I don't know what scene persistence means in this context. Grant, could you specify what you mean? What is blue doing? Blue at the moment, I haven't gone too deep into it because it's kind of defensive. So blue is just like a backstep. It just sends you backwards. It's just a big dodge, basically. There is a dodge as well. There's a counter attack back, and there's a backward roll, and there's this. But I don't know why he thinks that he needs to be walking into the wall. What are you doing, buddy? Where's his patrol? Oh, he's got one here? Am I not seeing it? Oh, there it is. Cool. His range needs to be a lot shorter. Why, buddy? What do you think's over there? That's so weird. He's the only one that does that. Anything not saved to disk. Quest completion, inventory. Do you mean anything that is saved to disk? Like quest completion and inventory are saved, right? Oh, you mean like, I think I know what you're saying. And the answer is yes. So like anything to do with the game's save state, anything to do that's going to be persistent for the, hang on a second. We can't see my face. Anything that has to do with like persistence between scenes. I understand now. Loading and saving, that kind of thing. Yeah, I use scriptable objects for that stuff for the most part. So like I'm storing GUIDs to scriptable objects. It's not, how do I put this? The save data is not a scriptable object. That's not what you use it for. But anything that's, it's probably not the best way to describe it. Scriptable objects are for data. That's what they are, right? They're for instances of data that are defined elsewhere. So I've got apples in my game as a consumable. What an apple is defined in the game as a class, and an instance of that class that's a file that lives in the scene, that's serialized in the scene, that is a scriptable object. The scriptable objects are not saved in the save data, but their GUIDs might be. So if I have an inventory, I might have like an apple, a sandwich, a chocolate, you know, some other consumable, a potion. Those things, their GUIDs, the references to the scriptable object, are stored as strings in the inventory. It's actually a dictionary where the key is the GUID and the value is a quantity. With quest flags, the flags themselves are scriptable objects. So like the quest progress is defined as a series of scriptable objects, which are basically just the markers for the quests. But the flags themselves, again, are not stored in the save data. Their GUIDs are stored in a dictionary. So scriptable objects are for definitions of data. Or instances of definitions of data is how you think about it. So in this case, like with Armin's abilities, his abilities are not scriptable objects, but there are scriptable objects that represent those abilities. So this scriptable has a bunch of data about one of the abilities. It's like, oh, like here's the button that corresponds with that ability. Here's the color. Here is a couple of sprites. And here's a quest flag for if you've unlocked it. Hey Ezekiel, I'm in the middle of answering a previous question. Please don't get too upset about it. This is Unity, yes. Scriptable objects do become a bit unwieldy when you have hundreds or even thousands of instances of one. There is a point where it's easier to use a database. Yeah, I mean... I guess so. Yeah. I think it's like a scriptable object for me is a record. That's what a scriptable object is in a database. So the database is the collection. A scriptable object is just one field, one record in that database. You can have serializable dictionaries and you can make them visible in the editor. It's just a class that you need to import. So if you use Odin Inspector, you can do it, or there are serializable dictionary implementations people have written. It basically just takes two lists, one list for keys, one list for values, and then manages the changes between them. So it's just like fabricating a dictionary out of two lists. You know, it checks to see if something exists in the list so that it's like closer to a hash so that you can't have double keys, but it's just doing it manually on entry and on removal of objects. Do I use a DB? I don't have a DB in the game. I just have scriptable objects, but what is this? I don't want voices in my tracks, please. Instrumental only, thank you. Yeah, like there are areas where I wish that my scriptable objects were more parsable. So like, I do have like, I have this thing called Audio Clip Mixer. And it has all of the, oh, what the hell's going on here? I have problems. Been destroyed. I deleted some sounds. Anyway, I have this thing called Audio Clip Mixer, and it's just like a list of all of the clips in my game, and I can search for them here. I have it as well in my progress. Hang on a second. So I have this thing called it's progress state, and this is one big scriptable of all of the quest flags in my game. It basically like tracks them all down. So it's basically a save file in a scriptable for testing, where I can look for a quest and be like, oh, like candle or whatever, you know, blade, and then find the quest. So having like your own custom search, you could probably write an editor that was like a database for your game. Like the thing that I'd like to be able to use a database for when it comes to my game at the moment is dialogue. That's the thing that's kind of like the biggest sticking point. Is I'd like to be able to search for text that somebody says, you know, look for specific mentions of names or whatever. That stuff is not really doable in my game right now, but I could probably write an editor or some sort of interface that did that. I just haven't. So it's the abstract layer, the higher abstraction layer of like, let's manage all of this data. How do we do it? You know? All right. So I want more wall ride stuff. My issue with the wall ride at the moment, the wall climb, is that it feels too powerful. It feels like you can do things too many different ways. So like I can fly up this wall and smash that pot, or I can jump off the wall and then use the ability, and that goes almost as high. I can even jump off the wall and then use it and then be on the wall again. I can't use it twice, but the fact that I have a wall jump gives me so much power. I could remove the wall jump altogether. Or make Armin's regular wall jump like a bit more stumpy. Maybe. Now that I've got this like crazy thing. And this is interesting. This is like, I'm noticing that my game becoming a proper indie game over time. When I say proper indie game, I mean like indie games have always been, in my mind, built out of this idea that you have like one mechanic and then you push that mechanic in as many different directions as you can go. Now that I've got this system, all of Armin's previously just default core abilities, like being able to jump, being able to, wall jump, being able to ledge climb, those things are competing now with the abilities, and I'm being encouraged to like naturally select them out, like breed them out, so that like over time the abilities version of those things is the more like powerful, useful ones, and the non-ability versions are either like more vestigial or like just don't really do anything or take them out completely. So like I'm about to nerf his wall jump, his normal wall jump. This was 3.6. Let's just remember that. Yeah, the game manager pattern it's a good pattern. Yeah. See, that is, I mean, that's so stumpy, but maybe we'll make him jump a little higher. New vector 2. What is the y-axis? Jump force. Ground base speed times sprint speed mod. So, okay, it's just the height that you get out of it. So maybe 3 is closer to what we need. It certainly doesn't need to be as big as it was. Yeah, that's much better. Man, come on. That is so annoying. That's better. You should definitely face whichever way you're pointing at the end of wall jump. Diminishing wall jumps. That's not a bad idea. I'm not against it. It is a little, the inconsistency might be a little confusing. Is the blue slide a particle system, or did you hand pixel the effect? The backward slide? That's a particle system with a shader. Bunch of stuff happening on screen at once. There we go. It's so Mario. It's so Mario Odyssey. Let's see if that destroys my core tests. Yeah, so the power-ups in Celeste, the equivalent of those are my abilities. So those abilities, you have to kill an enemy to get access to them. So it's not like the game's broken. Like I can't do that ability now. I can't do the backflip. So I can't, you know, it's only in areas where those exist that you have that issue. Doesn't feel like super duper great. To not be able to reach that. Unless you do the extra jump. Some people don't like the air stall. I like it quite a bit. I feel like the jump should be basically the same as the normal jump. I think I'm being a bit too I basically brought it back to where it was. Yeah, I mean it. It's not great. And anywhere that you've got lots of jumping, it's going to be even more annoying. So like I could always bring this across like this, but even then yeah, it's fine. Hey, Scythe KO, welcome. Or is it Psy the KO? Thanks for joining us. So, okay. Let's come back to some of these areas and just see if the wall jump backflip thing is too much. I know that like Turtle Burgle will show me the way to break my entire game. I probably don't need to be trying to break it myself. I don't think you can get up there. So I think I'm safe that way. That feels a little weird, for sure. Being able to like jump off. I mean, you can even, gosh, could you even do like this? I mean, it's not wrong. It's just so weird that I'm almost negating the whole point of the ability, which is to run up the wall by letting the player jump off the wall and then backflip into the like backflip back into it. You can't do it more than once, so you get the backflip once. Although you can do something like this, which is a little... I'm gonna have to remove that. Touching the wall shouldn't refresh your attacks. Maybe that will be the do-all, the fix, the panacea. Someone asked for that. I think it was Turtle Burgle as well. Hey, Turtle. Yeah, I'm getting rid of it. It's the wall jump infinite thing. Because now you could do, you know, jump and then, well, even this has still got to go. You know, you could do this. That's not on. Did I not just literally remove that though? How did that happen? Well, because the abilities are there for that reason. You won't use the abilities if you can do that. Have you been here, Turtle Burgle, today? Have you seen all the backflipping and stuff? I added like a lot. There's going to be a new feature test coming out soon. So let's just have a look. Why does it let me do that? It shouldn't. So this backflip comes after the wall jump ordinarily. The wall run, sorry. So you can do the wall run, it does a backflip, and then you can go into the next whatever. But if you use it just from the ground, it just immediately does the backflip. And I already found a bunch of stuff that's kind of interesting with it, which is that like you can jump and then backflip to get higher up. And then you can even jump off the wall and backflip to get higher up the wall. I mean, you can always just run up the wall anyway, but the backflip ends up being useful outside of wall areas by just being an interesting thing. Well, the problem is, man, I really just don't know why when we touch the wall, that doesn't work anymore. Why does this shouldn't do anything. Oh, hang on a second. That's air combo. Oh yeah, and that refreshes when you land on the wall, but it shouldn't anymore. So you know what else I could do? I could make it so that you can't pivot back towards the wall. So you still get all of your air attacks. You just can't turn back towards the wall. You shouldn't force the player to play a specific way. I mean, the game is made of rules. All of them force the player to play a specific way. I mean, it's magic. It's not just a backflip. It's a magical force that lifts you upwards. Hey Rick. Yeah, I mean, this should still stop you from doing it. Unless Are we doing something funny here? How? How is this getting called? Well, that's literally... That's literally not what should be happening. I think the only thing that's not great about the air combo stuff is that I think I might have to take away the multiple air attacks. See ya, Tom. Unless you hit something. Because it's kind of like when you use one of these abilities, there's no on-screen indicator of which ones you've used and which ones you haven't. So you end up having to remember them. So if I do an upswing there, I haven't touched the ground yet, so I can't do another upswing. But the difference between this and then running up and doing this and doing that, I still can't do an upswing. But there's a lot of stuff that happened in the middle, and there's no on-screen indicator that tells me that that's still the case. So instead, I think it needs to be like, if you use an ability, maybe that refreshes them, but not outside of that. In fact, I think it does refresh them. Yeah. Oh, interesting. You can't backflip off of that? I think that's... like that. There we go. Yeah, I'll do a new alpha for this. Ah, that's so cool, actually. Doing it mid-combo to extend it and reset it. It's like 1, 2... Hang on, I don't actually have it. Oh, let's try again. Ah, that's actually so cool. Like 1, 2, backflip. So this, I think we should make it special ability manager. Use ability. Used. Ability used. So we're going to go back to sword behavior. Air combo. And say if core is Armin, then engine.armin.special special ability manager dot current special what is the singleton of this called? S dot ability used dot add listener landed. So basically oh, this tells me what ability was used. Yeah. So when you use an ability, you get all your air combos back. Ability state. Wait, was there a raid? Did I miss it? No, I didn't. But welcome. If anyone did raid. All right, so let's just quickly check this works. 1, 2, 3, kick, 1. Yeah, nice, perfect. So you can go like 1, 2, backflip, 1. Nice, nice, nice. So can I attack, hit the wall, do the backflip, and then attack? Yeah, I can. It's cool. I wonder if I can burn an attack. Nah, it's all good. Do you know what we could call this game? A fighting platformer. It's not a platform fighter. It's a fighting platformer. I know that it's a fighting platformer Metroidvania. God. It's not really a well, I mean this is platforming for sure. Souls former. We'll see. I can't really see the viewer count because Restream's thing is dead. Fight Form Vania. There you go. A game where you play as the platform. No, usually Restream combines my Twitch and YouTube audiences into one number, but right now it says 0. It's like Street Fighter, but Mario. So it's Smash Brothers? Sort of. Oh, okay. Cool. So, yeah, I think we've come up to now a really good medium. The idea of combo resets when you use a special ability, I think is the happy middle ground. The only thing now we just need to avoid is getting too bogged down in... I don't want the utility of this stuff to be overshadowing all of the other abilities. So if I hit you, you know, being able to do this is fine, but then being able to do this sends me like, it's like I can jump, I can do an air attack, and then I can backflip. It's a lot. Especially if I could do like multiple different attacks. Like dirt. You know, there's so much shit you could do. Well, the backflip came from this problem, okay? You have the wall ride, okay? The wall ride, at the moment, it was just like a wall ride into a jump. You would just jump off the wall. And you wouldn't do the backflip. It was just a normal jump away. And then I was like, well, that's great, but you need to be on the wall to do it. What happens if you press the button, you open up the menu for doing abilities and you press the jump ability? If you're not on a wall, does it just do nothing? So then I was like, well, it should do something. So why not have it kick away from an enemy? So you can kick off the wall, you can cancel it early, or you just backflip. Hey, house cat. Welcome. Can you cancel roll into backflip? Yep. I also made a quick change recently where if you press the input for an ability, the ability will face whichever input direction you're pressing. So the backflip can be a front flip if you quickly pivot. You can pivot at the instant where you press the button, it'll pivot. So you have to be holding a direction when you input the ability, and that'll face the correct way that you want to go. In this case, it was for, I did that so that I could add, so I could make it such that you could thrust left after backflipping off of the wall. So here, right, if I backflipped off the wall, hang on, right up the wall, backflip. See how I'm still facing the wall? Before, the thrust would send you back to the wall. Whereas now, if I do this, as long as I'm holding left, the thrust will take me left. Is the orange saturation on the flip a little high? It's a prototype animation. There's no color yet on it because I haven't painted it. It's just work in progress. It's just there for there to be something, but it's deliberately the wrong color so that you don't get confused about it. I see that I see that's impossible. Yeah. I mean, there's no color I could pick that you would know it was prototype except maybe gray. I don't know. Yeah, the backflip's okay. I think it needs a bit more of a... Right now, it doesn't really have like a... It's got like a bit of a flick here. It's like... Whoosh, but I really want it to feel like it's got a couple of like moments to it. Right now, it's kind of just like a bit of a smooth rotation. But I feel like it needs like a 1, 2, you know? A bit more of like a beat to it. The sword swinging through makes it nice, but that does add like a moment. But I feel like the animation needs to complement that. Anyway, let's not get too bogged down. Let's pick another task and do that. So I want to be doing a bit of a feature test for this stuff. And for the most part, the thing that makes this really, the thing that makes this game what it is the way that the enemies are incorporated into this stuff. So back to the hedgehog, I guess. Right now, I've got it so that they can walk up and down walls. And if I take them off the wall, they will just walk up and down the floor. But he's kind of old, the hedgehog. He hasn't been around for very long. Sorry, he's been around for a long time, is what I'm trying to say. So I'm thinking of making them... What I need to do is design a moment where you use down slash to stop them. And it should probably be using down slash while they are going up a wall to steal the ability from them. But hey, thank you so much, Shavatoon, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Thank you. Gifts to Mike Hellstorm, to Sumpunk, to Twisted Hawk, to Daddy Biffles, and to Dan. Thank you so much. So the thing that I'm trying to solve here might be solvable with the hedgehog, but I think instead there should be an enemy that's just like a spiky thing that sits on the wall. You know, I have this problem where I go too deep too early, and I need to be smarter about this. So with like the wall run stuff, I guess we could talk about it this way. It's the enemy body classes. What I think is that I should have one of these almost for each ability. Well, that's cool. What's that? How do you get the second jump after that? So, coming down to here, what I think I should be doing is designing enemies at different scales, at least 2 enemies per ability, but the first one should just be like basically an item that you attack. Like it's not even, it's like a square on screen that if you touch it, you take damage, and if you hit it, you get the ability. It should be like that simple, and I can just plop them where I want to give you the ability, like the snakes, but even almost simpler than the snakes. Like, I guess the snake could be that for the bounce abilities, but for the scale ability, it might need to be, you know, something that I can hang in the air and something that, there's another aspect to this, sorry, before I go too deep, I don't want to forget about it. Some of these abilities, I want it to not just be that you attack them to get the thing, but that you have to parry them. You have to do the directional attack in the right way. That, I feel, is something that maybe it's too deep for the demo, but it should definitely be in the game. That, like, maybe, like, not in the process of unlocking the ability, but like an hour later, there should be enemies for which you can only get the ability if you parry them correctly. And maybe those enemies don't need to have specific designs related to the ability. So in the case of like the Hunden, he's got this uppercut. I could put the wall ride on that. It doesn't have to be, like, his design doesn't have to be jump related or wall climb related in order to put that ability on him. So it's almost like there's a scale where the more complex an enemy is, the less designed it has to be to an ability. And the more simple an enemy is, the more we can theme it around an ability. And that way, when it's simple and it's themed, it's good for a tutorial. When it's complex and it's not themed, it requires, and you are familiar with it because it's later in the game, it provides more of a challenge. I feel like that works, right? I feel like that's a reasonable correlation. Or like what, inverse relationship. Because like in the Hunden's case, like you couldn't design it to be related to two different abilities. I mean, like you could, but it would be seriously inefficient to do that, because like now for every ability, for every permutation, it's like, well, this is like the fire swipe plus the green jump, you know, like in one enemy. How do I design it? What do I make it? Like a burnt tree, you know? Like it's not feasible. So, simple enemies with very little animation that give you a specific ability. In this case, the wall ride. Triple fudge backer. I guess he is a blue mage. That's what he is. That's a really interesting way to talk about it. Hey, Daddy Biffles, thank you so much for gifting that sub. For passing it on. Thank you so much, bud. To Wolfsmutter UK. So, now that we've kind of agreed on what we're doing here, let's bring this back to the chapter. Am I taking the spiders out? Of the demo, yes. Spiders gone. Spinies are my new best friend. Something's really bothering me. This bird, this crow, needs to be here. Also, why is it off center? Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Hi. The hedgehog's an old enemy. I might reanimate him at some point, but it's not something that I'm worried about right now. You can't, if you scale it down, it will become all yucky looking because it's pixel art. So it's not really, it doesn't fix it to scale it. All right. That's right, like resurrection. On the third day he rose again, in accordance with the scriptures. Our Lord and Savior Hedgehog. Glory be. Okay. So first thing is we need, I think that the what I currently do in some of these levels where I've got the grass on the walls, I don't think that's good enough. I think it should be timber. I think it should be like wooden planks or something, like bolted to the walls. I have heard people say Jesus H. Christ. Hey, my fridge, welcome. Oh, thank you so much. Don't call them logs, or they won't get put in the git. So yeah, I mean, like they do this for Blasphemous. They have them as like just like wooden planks bolted into the edge. So I don't know, something like this maybe. Not that this is particularly anything really. But it might be more obvious than what we had. And then just like have bits of grass and stuff coming out of it. And maybe even... No, I think that the brown kind of works better. I feel like it feels a bit stapled on. So maybe we would pick colors that work a little bit better or do something with it. I mean, it is stapled on, but it looks like it's just drawn in a weird way. Yeah, I don't like it at all. I actually hate it looking at it now, but we'll get there. We'll fix it. Don't worry. Maybe it's the thickness of it and how straight it is. Maybe even like let some of the like the fact that it's like we're not really seeing maybe like another grain color. And this will let us do this. Just soften it right off. While still retaining a lot of that texture. So we'll have the texture and we'll also have, you know, what we want here, but there's more to this, I think, for what we want. I like this edge being brighter. I wouldn't flip it, I don't think. Several horizontal versus one vertical. I think it should be multiple vertical planks because you run up them. The idea that you run up them, you don't climb up them. Like you don't, it's not a ladder. I just think that this brown and this green clash quite a lot. So it's more of a temperature thing for me now. It's the color. Sorry, I was getting a question. Did I read everything? Is it necessary to learn how to do everything when it comes to pixel art? I find myself enjoying certain things about it more than others. Could you elaborate a bit more about what you mean by like, what do you enjoy and what don't you enjoy when it comes to pixel art? Is it like just drawing certain kinds of things? Like you don't like drawing people, but you like drawing buildings, that kind of thing? And when you say necessary, I mean, this is all a hobby, right? This is all just people, this is just like doing stuff because you enjoy it. So nothing's necessary, you know what I mean? Unless you have like a specific goal, and then like we could talk about that separately. That's looking way, way better. No, you'll be able to get it off of any enemy that has that ability inside of it. So the hedgehog might be one, but there'll be other enemies that, you know, you do different things with. Got to pick a style and stay consistent, whatever the project you're working on. Yeah, I agree with that. Maybe we bring some of this chunk back in. I think maybe that the lighter color gives us a bit more of a heads up about what it is that this is. Solidifies it visually a bit more. What I want is like rock climbing, timber siding. Is that the word? Siding. As soon as you write siding, it means a different thing. I'm looking at this. It's this kind. Hang on, you can't see that. This kind of thing. Oh, I guess some cross pieces might be nice. Just little bars here and there. This sort of deal. Maybe some, yeah, some of this kind of thing. And some like bolts and stuff. Always try to tell a story. High-res food pixel art. Saturated shiny colors, cool textures, shape form, really pops in a 3D way. That kind of stuff gets me excited about pixel art. So then like, just do that, man. Like you don't need to, why do you need to justify what you like to do to anybody else? You know? Just do what you like to do. I don't see any problem with that. Pardon me. I don't see any problem with that. Yeah, just enjoy it. Why? I mean, like, what? Who are you trying to satisfy if not yourself when it comes to your pixel art energy? You know, the time you put into it. Who's it for? This is the wall that you would stick your sword into. That's correct. This is me putting a bit more effort into making them look separately to how they look to like the rest of the level design. You doubt Armin would slide down? Don't worry too much about it. You know, it's a video game. That's not the kind of thing. Like, you're not going to start sliding down the wall and go, this doesn't feel realistic. Why is this happening? You know what I mean? That's not something that I would worry too much about. Nah, can't play this game. Doesn't really abide by the laws of physics that I know. Hey, Uncle Satan. Thank you so much. I could make these go more vertically rather than horizontally. The clips binding the wood together. No, the game's about a swordsmith, so I couldn't give you a hook or an axe because it would be like it would be kind of antithetical to what the game is about at that point. He's not just an adventurer. All right, let's try rotating these. Zoop. That means skirt in French. Jupe. Une jupe? Surely une jupe. I think the horizontal feels better. I think the vertical's a bit weird. It doesn't really make sense. Unless I put the staples like here. Like at the points where it makes sense for them to be, kind of thing. Maybe that works. It's okay. I still think this is more readable. Yeah, I agree. Even though it's not, like, it still says to me, oh, it's a timber vertical thing. It does have that little bit of ladder-ness to it. So if you're going to run up the planks, yeah, I feel like this is the way to do it. I think I agree with myself here. I just need to be a bit more careful about how much grass is in it. I think that's just a bit too much. And I might even turn it even more. I feel like it needs to be even more facing us. Ooh, this needs to, I think, be down further. One, two, three. Just to follow this line a little bit more. I know that perspective-wise it kind of goes a bit weird, but maybe we just flatten it out a bit at the top. Yeah. Cool. So then, yeah, I might even add like another pixel here just to give it even more of an edge on the side. I feel like the more we turn it to the side, the more obvious it is. Hey, Beshkek, welcome. Getting a bit thick now though. Hey, Crumpaloo. Do I know someone who can do all these crazy techniques with their color palettes, like going beyond just hue shifting and basic color theory and doing something completely new? Oh, do I know how some people can do all these crazy... What kind of crazy techniques are you talking about? Something completely new. Can you give me like an example? Like if you can post an image of something that you think is crazy, maybe we can work from there. It's too vague otherwise. I don't know what we're talking about. Hey, Deadbeat Blue. Thanks for the follow. So now it's time to turn this into actual tiles. So we want to grab, I guess this is fine. I want to grab as much of a straight piece of wall as I can. Let's just like leave this over here for now. We'll take this, grab this, and we'll go, whoop. Let's just keep it at this. It's climbable wall, Yo-Yo. Yeah, wall that you can climb. It may need to be a special color, or we may need to do something with it to make it stand out even further. Maybe I can do this. And I might have made a mistake here in terms of like making the part that you run on being darker than the part on the side. That could be an issue for us in terms of readability. It might be better to flip it the way it's done here. It's like that's brighter than that. But we'll try it both ways. How about we do that? Okay, first we're gonna replace some of these colors just so that we don't get too confused. Boom. Boom. Whoops, not like that. Okay. Maybe even more towards blue for now, just so that we can have more of a range. Or even this gray. No, not gray, blue. So we take this, we take this, we take this, we take this, like that. Okay. And now we pick the colors that we really want for the sides, which is going to be this and that. Oh, this and that for the side. And then this for the front with, I guess we could keep this for the darkest color. Now the issue is because this color didn't have a pair that was smaller, that was slightly offset, we would need to do that and then give it a bit of a shift towards the darker side and then paint with that. So like, yep, and then this color goes into, I guess, that color, not that one, that one. And then we still get this color there. So that's one way to do it. This feels higher contrast. We can play with it. So are you talking about like this? Is this like what you mean by like a crazy palette? Like this one? Is there an example of something that you would call out? Maybe the dress or... Okay. I'll give you my very, very brief take on this. Okay. These colors are not that different. What you're seeing are similar colors, but they differ in a way that you're not used to. Okay. So if you think about it, right, this color here, I can change a very small aspect about this color. Like I can bring it up here, right? And these two colors are now similar, right? In this case, I can take the color and I can make it a bit brighter, right? Now I have a brighter color and I can take it down, make it darker. Now I have a darker color, and they work as a set of three because you can see the rule that's being applied. Right, they're not too far apart, so you know, for a palette you wouldn't use that. You'd probably go a bit further. You'd go like down to here and up to here or something. Even further, maybe towards blue, or you know, hue shift it a bit. But that's just varying brightness for the most part. But if you take a color that's like some random whatever, right? Just pick whatever color you want on the spectrum. You can shift the hue, and that also works. Right? These colors go together because they share the saturation and brightness, and they're shifting in hue now. So like they feel like they're cohesive because they are cohesive. Yeah? So when we look at these colors, yeah, like there's a lot of different hues, but they're all desaturated. They're all mid brightness. So in terms of where they live in the color spectrum, they live close together. They're neighbors. They're just neighbors in a different axis, right? So you don't have to think about it like, oh wow, how did they mix blue and purple? How did they mix pink and how do they mix blue and red together to work? It's like, well, they work because they're actually not that far apart. If you think about, yeah, neighbors across the street versus next door, right? Not being cohesive. Yeah, like if you took this red and you brought this one in, that's not cohesive. Because this red has like a different, it's like different brightness, different color, different saturation. So and there's no rule to get us from here to there. So it clashes, right? So like my colors here, if you think about it, like they work because I've gone like the steps between them are steps that you can follow with your eye, and it feels like there's a trend. You can follow what's happening. That's why they work as a set. The same thing can be said here, right? There's a trend. And you can follow what's happening in them, right? Like what's the next color? Probably this minty green color. Now, obviously like this, you wouldn't draw a picture just with these colors, but at the very least, like you can interpret kind of the differences between them. You can interpret what's happening. So like when we look at this, if you look, they are just ramps going from a dark color to a bright color in a direction of a hue. But they work closer together in general. Like all of them are the palette itself is so compressed that all the colors are pretty much in the same ballpark. So like if I was to take this and go like, okay, let's go like a little bit brighter. And then a bit brighter, or whatever. Like this rule of what's happening with the purple, shift a bit towards blue as we go down, and then again, and then again. Like we can still follow this rule with these colors and understand like, oh yeah, there's like a relationship between them. That doesn't mean that this is going to work with that, but if you start doing it everywhere, you know, you might notice. Like color is complicated because there are lots of different reasons why things work in different conditions. Like why do we hue shift towards blue when we go dark and warm towards bright? That's more to do with like human perception, right, of color. So it's not necessarily that like anything will work all the time. But yeah, if you have some sort of visual rule, it's easy to follow the rule. But which saturated red? This one here, these here? Where do they appear? There? I don't think that the reds do work that well, personally. I don't think that this red works with these blues. It's just a color that was chosen. In fact, I think this is like a Red Riding Hood thing. That's like a blood splatter on the floor. That's more of like a deliberate clash. This red doesn't really live with this palette. Like the red I would have chosen was like one of these ones for this. Like, I don't think it does work personally. Do you think it does? Like, wouldn't it be better off as like this? That feels more cohesive to me. But some of this, I mean, like it's a statement, right? For the red to be so red. It's a statement. It's like specifically like blood, you know. But like this red and this blue, they're both very saturated. So it works here. When it comes to like the way we perceive things, I like to think of it as like signal versus noise a lot of the time. And this concept of signal versus noise applies in storytelling, it applies in forms and shapes, it applies in color choices. It's the idea that your brain is using the senses of your eyes and your ears and whatever to feel out the contours of something, right? Where is the meaning? Which parts are important? Which parts can I disregard? Where is the stuff that means something? So in this case, like, when I'm looking at this, I should be able to pick out shapes and go, oh yeah, I see what that is, because it stands alone, you know, it's got a clear underline underneath it. It's a different color to the bits around it. So I know what this is, or I can at least make an interpretation of that it is something separate from the bits around it, because it follows its own rule, or it's an exception to a rule, right? Because the rule was established, if you look at the whole thing, all of this like wood grain thing going on, that's the rule, right? A lot of verticality, a lot of straight up and down lines. To have something go horizontal, it creates a signal. Your brain's like, huh? What's that? That's something that's different from all the stuff around it. I'm going to try to interpret it. And if it's interpretable, if it actually does represent something, that feels good. It creates a positive reinforcement in your mind that you go, oh, okay, I can see that. That's like a whatever, right? Oh, that's like a peg that's like been nailed in to keep the boards together. Oh, okay. Feels good, because your time wasn't wasted. Your eye caught onto something, and that thing that you caught onto was rewarded by not being nonsense. Because instead, like if I just start throwing colors everywhere, right? It's very dissatisfying, because your eyes catch onto stuff, but then you go, oh, that's nothing. Oh, that's nothing. Oh. And then your ability to be confident about what you're looking at starts to go down. So the fact that you're losing confidence because you're putting time and energy into like trying to figure out what it is you're looking at, but nothing's anything, that's frustrating. It's like it's annoying. So the idea is, like, when you're doing anything that someone else is supposed to be perceiving, being conscious of their interpretation, their perception, is a way of designing that thing, right? Like, not, how do I put this? Not a way of designing it, but like, you ought to design it such that you are conscious of the way that people perceive it. So for me, like when I'm putting this here, I'm thinking about the rules around how to make this fit into the space in a way that makes it feel natural. Because right now, all of this suddenly becomes really noisy. Becomes a bunch of, I don't know what the hell I'm looking at. Once I take it away, that's all very continuous, and it makes a lot of sense, because it's like, oh, this is just like an edge in the rock. But because the planks obscure it, I can't just drop it in. I have to paint over these in a way that makes it feel like the shadow from the planks is forming to the rock, so that my eye knows to disregard all those colors. So when we're looking at this stuff, like you can see how the colors that don't match are being used to mean something important. And you could say that in general. It's like a basic Gestalt theory concept where look at where the contrast is in all of these images. The contrast is used to define the borders between two areas that mean different things. Okay, so like when we look at an eye, the eye has a lot of contrast in it. It's white and it's black. We've evolved to look for eyes in things because we grew up on, you know, in the jungle or whatever, and there are things that have eyes that we need to be careful of. But also, in general, our brain's like signal processing looks for contrast where things are important, right? You're looking for fruit, red fruit on a green, you know, bush. In this case, we're looking at like black eye on white skin or white fur. And again, because there is something important there, that feels good to look at. Whereas I would say like this doesn't feel good. Not as good, because it's hard for me to interpret what this is. Like there's a lot of contrast, there's a lot of strong color choices, but I don't know what the forms are doing because the shapes aren't clearly separated. Whereas this is much better. The darkest points, these points of contrast at the hips, at where the arm meets the lat there, where the legs are separated, you see like darker lines. In this case, it's almost like outlines. That's doing the job of helping me separate where the materials are, which things are in front of other things, which things are behind, what the forms are. Whereas this is harder to interpret what the forms are because the contrast is misapplied. It's applied in an inconsistent or not interpretable way, or less interpretable. So contrast is not about bright versus dark. Contrast is about difference. And when we're talking about back up here, the differences in contrast with all these different hues is still low because the saturation and brightness is about the same. So you're able to work in all these colorful different things, like with this cat. Hang on a second. This, you're able to sort of ignore a lot of these greens and blues because they're sort of in the same color space. So it doesn't grab your eye quite as loud. The contrast is not as high, even though the colors are different. And for us, the reason why you said that was crazy, the reason why it feels crazy is because in nature, things don't just randomly change color that happen to be the same material, right? Like if something is grass, it's typically green. You know, although there is difference, like if it's dying in some places, it might be more brown. So there is variation, but you know, things don't just go from red to blue to green in the span of like one material, typically. You know, flowers are like a fruit, and they are a different color because they have a different function to the leaves. So like attracting bees or whatever, it's advantageous for them to have a different color, and so they do. Whereas like if you're looking at if you're looking at a tree, you wouldn't expect the tree to have all these different hues in it. So it does feel crazy, but we can still look past the differences. If I was to draw a tree, you know, let's say we're gonna like draw a tree here, and we've got this lovely brown here, and we wanted to get like, whoa, I'm so crazy, look at how artistic I am, I can use pink in my tree. You know, oh, I'll even throw some greens in here, man. You know, like, yeah, like it's crazy, but like it still kind of works. You know, it's not like out of the question, because the colors are still in the same space. So you could almost think of it as like light reflecting off of the tree. Let's throw a blue in there and see if that works. You know, and I think that's typically what happens is people draw it in such a way because it makes it look like we're in a kaleidoscope or something, right? Like there's all different colored lights bouncing off of all the different areas. But the values, if you were to put this into grayscale, right? The values are still correct. So that's why it works. It's still bright where it needs to be bright. It's still dark where it needs to be dark. Lamb uses really bright and really... I'm not sure what you mean. Bright colors and lighter colors. There's nothing wrong with this. I haven't seen them though. Let's check out some more of their stuff. I mean, these are highlights for the most part. There's something about, yeah, that's all fine. Bright and colorful is nothing wrong with that. When you have coloring like this, that's very, consistently bright, it makes it feel more like a studio. It's like studio lighting. You can make anything work. It's not a question of like, you know, it has to be one way or another. It's you can make anything work if you obey internally consistent rules. Why is this grid this way? Oh, that's why. So the part that we stand on will be like this part, I guess. Okay, so let's make this work. It's nice. Not a lot of the details don't really cross over very often. I actually kind of nailed that. You want your details to be either at the very edge or right in the middle. If they cross over the edges, it's bad. I'll have to do one that starts at the base. Pixel art is harder, I think, because your decisions are more obvious. When someone looks at your work, every single pixel stands out. That might actually be totally fine, just exactly as I've got it. So the task here would be, what happens if we do this? Boom. That looks great. What about if I take one of these and just shift it down? Yeah, that's obviously the fault of this tile. No, that's good now. Yeah, bad for tiling. So like this, that's good, but then this is bad. So the fact that the... hang on a second. It was 2 down. I don't think there's anything new in any of that doesn't work. Yeah, I think that's still what we drew. So like these lines here crossing over, they cross over at the wrong points, and they probably shouldn't deviate more than, let's just say, 1 pixel. So this should probably go back over the other way. Yeah. So now we can grab this, we can go copy paste. Looks good, looks good, looks good. The 2 staples being really close together feels a little weird, but it's not the end of the world. It all still works. I might shift this one down a little though, just to keep some breathing room. Cool. All right, and now we can start working in some of these real shades. Painting it back. Although I think that might, yeah, that's a mistake. Because this tile is from a different area. I need to just get rid of it for now so that I don't accidentally paint over it. Just making sure that none of this is affected by what I'm doing. You know, maybe even do like a bit of rock that's hanging out over the front of the wood. Just integrating it way more with the scene so that it doesn't feel so tacked on. Hey, this is a Wacom Intuos Small, this tablet. It's the wired one. That's what I use. Yeah, it's not actually the Intuos Pro anymore. I have an Intuos Pro, I just don't use it. Okay, so now we're going to come back down here and we're going to make it so that we pick where the wall meets the floor. So grabbing now a second type. It's just swap the word pro with the word small, lazy. Focus mode. Okay. But I'll take a break first and then we'll come into focus mode because I've been in focus mode for about an hour now. Minus the conversation about color. So let me, I'll take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll just go straight into focus mode. Okay. See ya in a bit. Okie doke. I'm back. Hi everybody. It's great to be here. We're gonna go straight into focus mode as per the request that I read of my own accord. Boom. Boom clap. Can't see anything that you say. Okay. So we're gonna find our way of like properly making this all work. I probably also need to do a top as well. So what I'm gonna do is take this bad boy, put it here. Just erase that. And then just keep drawing, I guess. Now, the easy way out would be to just drag this. Straight down. Whoa. But I wonder if there's a better way to do this such that it doesn't so much like, how do I put this? Like, I'm a little concerned that sorry, let me formulate my words first. I'll figure it out. I'll get there. I'm a little concerned that just having the wood planks be here doesn't really give the impression of there being like a top edge that you can grab onto, like running up the entire thing. So I almost feel like it should be like another plank that's facing the sun, that's at the corner of this. Like that kind of thing. Might have gone a bit too far there. Something that makes it feel like it's, you know, hanging over the edge or something. I don't know. Something like that. One sec. My wife's just messaged me. Okay. All right. I think that's enough focus mode for today. Well, for right now. Okay. One sec. Must ignore wife. YouTube chat question about tablets and screens. How far up is that? Yeah, I see it. Okay. So tablet with a screen, so like a Cintiq, those are fine. Like I've used a Surface Pro to do pixel art. It's okay. It's quite intuitive. It makes sense. But there's always a little bit of a drift. But the distance between the tip of the pen and the screen, because there's like pixels there, there's always a little bit of distance between them. So you're not always drawing exactly on the glass, although the new ones might feel more like you are. I feel like the most recent iPads and Surface Pros probably do have a thin enough display layer that the pixels and then the capacitive layer and then the pen are like so close they might as well be whatever, not there. But you do have to also worry about heat. So displays get hot, and when your hand is on them, right? Like even my monitor is hot, and it doesn't have any display or any processing in it. It's just a monitor. So like screens get hot, it can get a bit annoying on your hand, and also your hand is blocking the art. You know what I mean? So if you use one without a screen, you've got a lot more advantages, as long as you don't get confused by the fact that your hand is down here and what you're looking at is up there. But we do that all the time with a mouse anyway, right? Your mouse is going forward and back, and the screen is going up and down. The screen cursor is going up and down. So it's really not, it's very easy to get used to drawing on a desk. At least I think so. Hey, Shivan. Oh, thank you so much for watching. Godot guy. I'm actually not in Godot right now. I'm using Unity at the moment for this project. Well, have been forever, but yeah. So I just think you can use whatever makes you comfortable, but I wouldn't discount using one that's just on the desk. I like it a lot. I've always done it that way. looks pretty good. Stakes, yeah. Just little visual things to make you think that there was more, you know, that there's something going on in there. That's all it really is. It's just like, oh, there's some stuff happening. There's some wood related things happening. Construction. No worries. Rumpaloo. Hey, Dario. I think that's looking pretty good, wouldn't you say? I think in Blasphemous, they probably do a better job. What size? I recommend a small tablet because I think that moving your hand a little bit to have the mouse go a long way is actually much better than having to move your hand a lot. I think you get tired more easily. Like if you're constantly having to move your elbow, it's tiring. So I use a small tablet. This is the size. That's it. There we go. It's like 4 by 6 inches, I think they say. What do they use in, what's the like unit of measurement in China? Do they have like imperial units that aren't centimeters and meters? Centimeters. Okay. The entire screen, one screen, is mapped to a tablet, yeah. So my left monitor, I can't use the tablet for that. That's okay. Like I don't really, it doesn't bother me. You can make it cross over both, but I don't think it's very worth it. Probably one more element I think we could add to this. I do have some years in progress already, Claudio. A couple of years from now, I still think. 1959. Oh, okay. Do you have yours remapped so they only use half the tablet? No, I use this is my whole 24-inch monitor. It's 24 inches. So it's not giant, but it's not small either. And I usually just work like this, you know? But I zoom a lot. You notice that. So I'm working so that my hand can move across the thing that I'm working in without moving my wrist. I just do this, just my fingers moving when I'm working. I'm just doing this. So I'm thinking maybe like ropes, just to reinforce that climbing idea. Mine shaft. I'll be right back, pals. Just got to check some ingredients. Okay. So I want small mine shaft. I'm thinking some rope would be a good storytelling element that gives you the impression of climbing. I don't really want it to stand out. How can people sleep for 8 hours? I don't know. What do you mean? How long do you sleep for? I would kill for 8 hours of sleep every night. I would literally kill somebody if it meant I could get 8 hours of sleep every night. Oh, 10. How do you stay asleep for 10 hours? That's like extreme. Like, how do you physically do that? How do you be in the bed with your eyes closed for 10? That's more impressive to me than sleeping for 8. Like, I don't sleep for 8, but I certainly am not in the bed with my eyes closed for 10. Depression. Yeah, but like, depression, if you can sleep when you're depressed, it's like, because to me, depression and anxiety go together. And if I'm anxious, I'm not sitting in the bed asleep. If I'm asleep, my anxiety goes away, you know? Like, if how can you be depressed if you're getting 10 hours of sleep a night? That feels like a superpower to me. Like, I'm typically depressed because I can't regulate my emotions because I can't sleep, you know? But if you're sleeping, like, I guess it's just different kinds of mental problems. Like, I'll stay in the bed for 10 hours, you know, on my phone or something, but I'm not sleeping. I can't do that. How do you do that? I get insomnia from depression, but sleeping for 10 hours, that feels like how you beat depression. Do you know, if you actually can't, hang on a second. This is a real thing. If you're actually in bed for 9 hours and you feel absolutely drained when you wake up, you may have sleep apnea. That might be a separate issue. If you feel like foggy and you've been in bed for 9 hours of sleep, get tested. Because I have sleep apnea. I used to go to bed at like 11 p.m. and I used to wake up at like 8 a.m. and if you snore, you probably have it. Yeah. That's pretty much what it is. Like, if you snore a lot, what's happening is you're asleep, but your body is suffocating, every like 5 minutes. And so you're never getting that deep sleep that you need. You're constantly waking up. Just enough to not be rested, but not enough to be conscious. So you wake up and you have like, you feel like you never went to bed. Yeah. That's, you should definitely check that. If you are a male and you are, some people say after your 40s, I experienced this in my 20s. So I don't think you have to be a specific age. It can be a sinus related issue. It can be weight based as well. If you're overweight, you are at a higher risk of sleep apnea, but you can have it for other reasons. And I still, for me, unfortunately, because it's sinus based, treatment has not been amazing. I probably am due for like surgery if I actually really want to get it like sorted, or at least if not surgery, then like a lot of allergy testing and diet exclusion and a bunch of like very slow, very long treatment options to try to isolate what's causing like sinus inflammation for me. Because for me, that's what it is. It's like sinus inflammation that leads to me not being able to breathe, which is, it's not the most glamorous way to suffocate in your sleep, but who's looking for ways to do that? Yeah. So it's, it's worth looking into for sure. Get a sleep study. It's like one night. They just hook you up to some machinery. You can do it in your own home, but it's also possible to do it. You can go to like a clinic and they can get what they need out of you in like 5 hours of sleep. They can just be like, oh yeah, you definitely are asphyxiating. You're like having apnea episodes. So it looks like someone was trying to scale this with the rope. There you go. Now it's cool again. That makes perfect sense, right? Stories, visual stories. Doesn't that make so much sense now? I love it. All right, so I take this and I paste it. Hang on a second. First thing I have to check is if I have enough tile space for this. Probably not. But I really don't want to use any less of that. So I think I'll just do it anyway. Okay. So how are we going to do this? This I'm going to take, you know what? I'm not going to add it to the tile set. I'm just going to add it to the PNG. So I don't need any of this, but I do need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. That. Okay. And then we'll take this. Well, okay, hang on. I'm going to move it over to here. This is where I'm going to use it. Hang on, let's get it right first. So we'll take that and we'll move this away. It's like 2 tiles. We'll take this, we'll move it away. Then we take this and we take this. And then we can basically, we don't need that. That's basically just one thing. So then we only have 2 bits that get repeated in the middle, or this as well. Yeah. So this can go there, but I would probably prefer it to be like more down here. No. Maybe like that. Cool. So now that's it. That's the whole thing. Top, bottom, middle. But this can't hang over like that. So I will need to grab, what was it? Like this part or something to do that with it. Yeah. Okay. And then this can go just there. Yeah, that all works perfectly. Cool. So now I think I'll just grab all of this. I'll move it over to here. It's probably worth mirroring them. Uh-oh. Okay. That's looking fine. I probably should instead put these bottom bits right next to the top bits. And then all the repeating bits after that so that I can add more repeating bits later without worrying about what happens to them. Or even move them. Nah, it's okay. I think it's better this way. And we could probably do this too. Cool. Yeah, that's good to me. I don't love this. It's going to be a real issue later. Let's just move it all over by one. I don't know if there's going to be an atlas issue with this. I'm not sure. We'll have to think about it. I have to see what happens. I don't know what these pixels are either. Huh? Okay. Sweet. So now we can go. I would love to fix this up a little bit, but we'll come back to that another time, I think. Now we can go to tiled and we can add in the bits. Okay, so orange instead, golden. Tile set, edit the tile set. Here we go. Now we also want to go check the where are we? Shepparton Cave tile set. Let's edit that. Let's grab the grassy walls. I don't think that I have those set up properly. There's nothing about it that says it's a wall. I think it's actually something that comes from the rules set. So like, oops. Oh. That's much bigger than I need it to be. Okay, so like the walls, let's check them out. Output walls, that's all it is. So they just have a collider on them and they're just on the walls layer. Okay. So actually, I think we'll use the gold color for this. And we'll just say where there is gold and then nothing else. That goes new tile layer, output underscore walls. Let's grab the layering. Cool. And then grab the tile set, and then grab what is going to be the most basic wall, which is this. That. Huh? I can't scroll. What? It cut off. It cut some off. What the heck? It cut off a whole tile in the end. How did it do that? Why did it do that? Do you know what? Before we get too deep into it, I'm just going to put them down below. It's too much effort trying to get them to squeeze into the corner. Doesn't make any sense. Why would I do that to myself? Now I have to go. Now I have to go find where I put all the colliders. Like an idiot. Wait a second. Are these perfect? They are. Yeah, so that... I'll keep it like that. Let's not get too carried away. Cool. Okay. So now when we go to the output, it's going to be this and that. Cool. The colors, so the purple and the red and the pink are all colors that I'm designating for specific basically rules in my tile set system. So what all these shapes are basically find and replace operations to create like an auto tiling setup. What that means is, if I can find you an example, like here, I place down the purple and it tries to figure out what this is supposed to look like based on what's there. Okay. So if I take these reds and I go like this, you know, you can see it creates a post. If I do something like this, this is called tiled. So it's just a series of visual rules. And the colors help me designate objects versus terrain versus climbable terrain or whatever. And that's what I'm setting up right now. So here we're setting up the climbable walls. So we're looking at, you know, something like this. Those are going to be our corners. So we designed some corners and they're going to go like that. So wherever it sees this, it's going to replace it with that. So now let's do the floor scenario. Yeah, it even adds bridges. Yeah, bridges are just areas where there's one tile. So like here, what I typically like to do is grab just like a bunch, like a brush like this. Okay, so all a bridge is in my game is it's a one tile high thing. Like a gap that's only one tile tall with nothing beneath it. That's a bridge. So it just puts one there. If I do one here, it'll try to make a bridge, but I don't have bridges that stick out of walls like this. So it doesn't know what to do with that because I haven't designed anything to go there. But I could if I wanted to. It's just this is a work in progress. So there's still bits where it's not perfect, but you get the idea. It's just about what you're prepared to put the time into. You can make it do whatever you want. Yet. Okay. So this is looking pretty good. Oh yeah, I do have other scenarios. So the other ones are the smaller scenarios. So we're going to bring these down a little bit. Take these, bring them a little closer. So the next one is what happens if you have basically two of these and then one of those. Versus two of these and one of those. And it's on both sides actually. We need two sets of these same rules. I'll just bring them closer together so it's more obvious what we're looking at here. So this appears at the top like that. This appears at the top like that. This appears at the bottom. This appears at the bottom. Okay, that should be those rules now for the wood. That should be about it. Oh, I'm so close to being able to fit it all on one line. Maybe I'll just bring these over by one. Okay, shall we give it a go? Hey, Abraham David, thank you so much for the follow. Hey, Pleasant Pie. Yeah, I like this a lot. To me, this is like the right way to do it. Because it can be as complicated as you want it to be. It's very freeing, is the word I would use. Okay, so. Pretty good. Pretty good. But I didn't design the walls behind the walls behind them. That's the only thing I missed out on. So I probably will need extra. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put it over 2 lines. It's interesting though, you would think that it would be enough. These are just happening after. So why is that not? Oh, because it doesn't follow the rule. There is, oh, I see. Oh, the other half of the rope. Yeah, you're right. You're actually totally right. It's unfortunate because the original rule for like, if you look at like this stuff going on here, like this happens only when you see purple air. If you see purple orange air, it doesn't know to still do that. So I basically have to recreate that same logic. I might be able to get around this by putting a duplicate rule a little bit earlier. So literally just, well, I have to update these rules, right? I just have to put another prototype block here and there. And then just put the dirt behind it that would go there. Which would be, I guess, like, I don't know. I'm just guessing here. This and that. Hello. Hi. I'll be finished soon. Talk to me after. My wife. Okay, so it's a shame. It's a real shame because it's if I don't have to do this, I think there is a way to actually set this up. I have a hunch that you can use alternate rules to create the same outcome. So I should be able to do like, if you see this or this, do this. Let's have a look at it. What do you think the biggest benefit streaming has had on your personal growth / personality? I think streaming, and particularly, well, streaming and YouTube have both given me a space where I've had to develop the skill to speak clearly and formulate my thoughts in such a way that when I want to, I can communicate effectively. That's basically it. As far as like skill development, I would say that's the loudest one, the one that's most obvious. I wasn't this articulate before I started streaming. That said, I think there are other benefits that aren't personal growth benefits. Like having company while I work is just nice. It just feels nice to have people who are watching and to feel like I'm not alone. It's a nice feeling. So I think if we go input 1 or input 2, it'll still work. So if I duplicate this, so it's like that, and then hide all of this, I should be able to just go grab my orange, and everywhere where I want it to be appearing, I can just, oh no. Yeah. So I can go like this, 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 this. And that'll still hopefully do the same thing. This, this, that, that. I think that does what I'm trying to do. It creates like an or scenario. Oh, we got so close. We actually got really close. That was really good. Yeah, so it does either or. So what did I do differently here? The ledge. Yeah, of course. So that can also be there as well. Hey! Not bad. How will you set the expectation with the game if the crowd already sees almost the entire development? Well, because they're not playing the game. Hey, everybody in chat. Are you less excited for the game because you've seen it already? There you go. Yay, I could just put them there and they work. The rules are good. The rules work. I still think the colors aren't great for that timber, but I think that we've done a good job, generally. So, let's create some wall clinging. Yeah, I don't think that's the other thing that I think is really, if you don't stream, you won't know about this, and it's not that intuitive, but it makes perfect sense once you think about it. Okay, right now we have like what, 200 people plus watching. Sure, if I ask a question, chat can answer, so someone's watching all the time, right? But nobody is watching all the time. Someone is, but not one person. Chat is not one person. So even though since I started streaming, there have been people watching, those are different people. You know what I mean? The average amount that a person pays attention to in one stream, even if you're here every day, you're probably watching like 10, 15% of what I'm actually doing. And you're doing other stuff most of the time. You're not sitting there glued to the screen, you know? So even though yeah, lots of people have been watching me make the game. Nobody's been watching more than 10, 15% of what I do at any given time. Even my mods who are here all the time, don't watch most of what I do. Devoid field. Hey, Weiwei. You can find answers to those questions on my YouTube channel, but I would say you need to have a goal for your pixel art. So a canvas, it depends. If you're creating a character or a scene, it all depends. So I have a video on canvas sizes and I have a video on palettes. I do think that for a beginner, sticking to a limited palette will be helpful. Yes. Okay. So now we need to test this in the game. I'm just going to do that by doing this. Dupe. Oh. Oh, yeah, no, that doesn't count. Cool. Ah! What the heck? Excuse me? Please fix? That's Horny Mountain. It's censored for you guys. What is happening? I'll just change it and see if that does anything. I don't know what's happened. It looks like the texture's broken. But it looks good here. I'll just delete it and bring it back in, I guess. Yeah, what the heck? Okay, well, no point complaining about it. Let's see if every other scene broke. I made my water reflection last week on stream. So if you want to find out how I did it, you can watch it on my VODs. I thought this might happen. The timber is too far over. I'll have to move it. It's not a big change. It just means I have to move the pixels. I mean, it's kind of it's not a small change either. I guess I have to go like... I have to think about exactly how many pixels as well. at least 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 pixels, let's say. That's going to be quite annoying, actually. And I made this all one layer. All right. Oh, gosh. We're just going to force it and see what happens. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7. Yuck. Just delete this. And then the same here. They need to be back by 7 pixels. Whatever. I'll fix it later. And fixed. Whoa. Cool. Now, what is this? Oh, okay. Just something that I was working on, I guess. Well, now we can actually do this. Golden test. We used to be able to get stuck in here, and now it's... Okay. Hey, buddy, you okay? Morning, Danny. Oh, thank you so much for watching. Thank you. That's a bit awkward. Hmm. I'm not sure what's going on here. Oh. Well, what's wrong with that? Oh, shoot. Yeah, obviously that's dumb. In fact, do I even need these either side? I don't think I do. Why can't I do the thing that I'm trying to do? Oh, because this is supposed to be air, I think. I don't think this needs to be that. I think that's okay. Nice. Cool. Wait. What are you getting stuck for, buddy? I have to make him face it. Nope. Okay. Please? Okay, well, whatever. We'll fix you later. Cool. Cool. Nice, man. So good. Do you know what I could do? If the walls are drawn above the earth, I could try just removing all of the earth entirely from these drawings. Like, The heck? Did that work? Oh, you can still see the timber. You can still see the walls behind them. But that also means I don't have to now draw extra rock. As long as I get the tessellation right once, adding the planks will just sit on top. I'm okay with that. Tomorrow, I guess. We need to do some enemy designs for very basic wall climbing stuff. Right now, the hedgehog I don't think is really suitable. So we'll need some objects in the scenes that can basically make this thing go. Yeah, like a snail's not a bad one. Something simple like that, yeah. Maybe even just like a plant or something. Some spiky enemy. Could be a snail with some spikes on it, I don't know. I'm very confused about why this hedgehog is deciding not to go anywhere. Because he was working before. Alright, pals. I'm gonna have to go. The collision's good. No problems there. I think is he spotting us and then deciding he doesn't want to fight? He's idling and he's walking and he's idling and he's walking. Not on ground, not safe to move. Not on ground, not safe to move. Why are you not safe to move, buddy? It doesn't matter. This one works. Yeah, maybe it's just that they only work on one facing side. It could be like that. All right, pals, I'm gonna go. Maybe we do find someone to raid this time, since somebody mentioned that I haven't been raiding as recently. We can raid. For those of you on YouTube, raiding is when we take all of the viewers on Twitch and we go to someone else's channel. So you can join us on there. Very quickly at twitch.tv/AdamCEunice. And in the meantime, who are we going to raid? We're going to raid... I like Bad Cop. Bad Cop's cool. Let's raid him. But the thing is, I need to quickly go back over to my Twitch dashboard to set it up. Okay, there you go. All right, pals. Thank you so much for checking out the stream today. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. We'll be back tomorrow with more Insignia dev. I am feeling pretty good about where we're at. I thought we were quite productive today. And yeah, so if you're on YouTube, come join us on Twitch for the raid. If you're on Twitch, go check out my YouTube channel to watch more of my content. And for all of you watching, if you like my content and you want to support more of it, you can find me on Patreon at patreon.com/AdamCEunice. The description of the YouTube video will have it. the about section of the page, of the Twitch page will have it, so you can find where you need to go. That's it, pals. Thank you so much. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream Insignia edition. Until next time.